Doing a self-portrait today, a surreal self-portrait, as you can see. Double the eyes. I have toned this canvas. I did that a few hours ago with a very thin layer of burnt umber, yellow ochre, and alizarin crimson. An unequal amount of all three. And after that, I transferred the sketch by a projector. I used Photoshop to create my reference. I took a picture of myself, photoshopped some stuff. Hold on, I have something running right here. And created my own reference that we're going to be working off of. So that is what we're doing. Let's get started. We have a lot to do. So we have the colors out already. This is burnt umber, ultramarine blue, viridian, cadmium yellow light, yellow ochre. This is cadmium red. This is student grade as well as the titanium. The rest of them are artist grade. It looks like I might be losing internet here. Let me double check. No, okay, that's fine. All right, so cadmium red light, and titanium white. So student grade. The rest of these are artist Gamblin, and these are Winsor & Newton paints. All right, so going to be blocking in this mass right here first. Also going to get the darkest tones first. Actually, that's what we'll do first. Let's get all of the darks. So we're gonna mix a nice dark with burnt umber. You stand up for this. All right, here we go. Just had to move the mic there. So we're gonna mix our spot over here on the left for the darkest. Mix this burnt umber with a bunch of ultramarine. We're gonna get something that's pretty close to black. Now I'm gonna want to add a little bit of red to this, not very much, just a little bit. And maybe some yellow ochre as well if we want to lighten it up. But that is almost a jet black. Yeah, let's add some yellow ochre to this. So I'm gonna grab some from the other side. Lightens it up a little bit. Add a little bit of cadmium red. Usually I would use alizarin crimson, but I'm almost out of it. I used it to tone the canvas, along with the other two pigments I mentioned, but here, I think I don't have chat up. Let me pull up chat again. Here we go. Oh, there's chat. Hey, everybody. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Dione. Sorry, I missed the chat there. Welcome. All right, so we're mixing the darks. It's gonna be really dark, a little bit red, but it's hard to tell because it's almost black. But we're gonna need a lot of it. I don't know why I moved it up there. We'll clean that up. I have a used paper towel. Just wipe that up. I'm gonna mix this with some Gamsol as well, some solvent. Happy New Year! Brings you health, happiness, and many successes. Thank you very much. I hope that for you as well. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're gonna take some Gamsol here. And a nice fat brush. And we'll dip this in the Gamsol. We're going to use quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit, but enough to kind of soak this brush. I'm going to mix it in with almost all of the blacks here. You can see when we start, well, it's kind of hard to, I'm looking at the second screen here. Yeah, actually you can't really see that in camera, but you can see more of the color showing through at this point. Might have used a little bit too much Gamsol there. Pick up some of this. Might have lost some of our mix, that's fine. Okay. Whew. Put the lid on here. There we go. Mix in some more of this paint. Not all of it, but most of it. Nice. All right, cool. And then we're gonna mass in most of the hair here. So we're just gonna go for it. Start blocking it in. Start from the top here. We have one spot that's dark. The hair right here that's at its darkest. And then we have, let me get the largest masses first. So we have down here. Let's see. You're asking, what's the support, please? It looks like a masonite type of panel. Normally it is, but this time actually I have it on stretcher bars. So this is double oil primed linen that I've stretched over stretcher bars. I don't remember the dimensions for this. It might be 18 by 24. Pretty sure. Could be wrong though. I haven't measured it. This was gifted to me through my wife. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, this is gifted to me through my wife when she went to. Oh, and by the way, I changed it to low latency streaming, so we should be able to go back and forth a lot faster than we have in the past. But yeah, my wife was she's picking up something else for a Facebook listing, I think, and this very sweet woman had a bunch of old paintings, and she offered them to my wife, and because my wife mentioned that I was an oil painter, and she was very gracious and like gave us, it was like 6 or 7 paintings, and I still have them all. They're all rolled up here under my desk. I've carefully removed them and rolled them up. We can get them put back up, but they're just a lot of really quick, like kind of abstract. One of them was a landscape. A couple of them were landscapes, but it was pretty cool. Like anyway, so all of my stretcher bars that I've used for all of my paintings that aren't on panels but are on stretcher bars, yeah, have been from those paintings because she graciously donated them. She specifically asked that I put them to use. So instead of painting over the old canvas, it was like much older cotton canvas that looked like she had gessoed herself, I've carefully removed each one, and we're preserving them, and I'm reusing the stretcher bars so I don't have to spend a bunch of money on new stretcher bars. Alright, so running out of pigment here. Can't run out of all of it because we need it for the details as well. It's also very important that this color that we block in right here is the same. Throughout the entire painting. So I want to make sure I block it in now, and I block it in thin because it's the first layer. And we have some over here as well. And we'll use a smaller brush for these details. This comes down here. Actually, this goes like this. And there's a shape right here as well. Mustache. It's gonna look very abstract for a while. Until we get, until we get a lot of stuff blocked in. But we have to trust the process. Start with the darks, go lighter. We've done it many times before. We'll do it again. Because I've transferred the sketch using a projector, I don't have to worry about measurements and stuff. I try to get as much set up as possible before the stream so we can just get straight to painting here. And I'm just going to mix as we go. So there'll be lots of different colors that we'll be mixing for each value step. All right, let me get a smaller brush here. Make it a synthetic brush to make it easier for us. How about we do this one? We'll pick up all of this paint here. In fact, I'll take this palette knife. Let's get this a little bit more orderly. Pardon the terrible sounds. My goodness. It's really not that much. Kind of scooped most of it up already, besides this pile over here. But I'll just get that on the brush like that, and we'll start getting these darkest parts and these features here. We'll do the nose down here, this shadow shape. Ooh, that's a lot of paint. Under the nose, some of those details back. Pick up a little bit more paint. We have a shape right here. We have a shape right here. Have the Gamsaw as well. Let me just do a touch more. Not much. Just a touch. Mix it in with what we have here, just to make sure that it's nice and thin. Forgot to block in this and this stuff. Keep this going. I'm gonna go here. And get this one down here. We're being very rough with the blocking right now. We'll refine it as we go. But especially with these earlier layers, I'm going to just kind of be very rough with the blocking. Dark patches down here. The bigger brush for this. Get kind of a nice base down here as well that we'll be painting over. Anything that we put down right now is not gospel. You don't have to follow it exactly. We want to make sure that the values are there to work with once we get to the refining stage, after we get most of it blocked in. Much smaller brush here to get these pupils. Here we go. How's everybody's New Year's? Is it all right? We had a pretty good time. studying done. Well, on New Year's Eve. Wait, let me think. One of those 2 days I study. Let me make sure I get a lot of pigment here. The pupils are going to be in the darkest spots in the entire painting. All 4 of them, even though the eyes themselves are going to be a little brighter. And he says, my New Year is great, thanks. Mine was good. Ready for a new year? 2023, I cannot believe it went by so fast. What the heck? Oh my goodness. That one said, quiet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we don't party like we used to. You know, now that we have a toddler, it used to be for a few years. My wife and I have been married. Nikki and I have been married for over 10 years now. Used to be, you know, we had quite a bit of friends out where we used to live, and every New Year's we'd usually either stay up or we'd go hang out with friends. All right, just getting a touch of this wherever it needs to go. This darkest value here. That way we can start stepping up and blocking it in everywhere else. All right, we're starting to see similarities between these two here. These two sets of eyes. You can tell I just kind of photoshopped them one over the other, but the way it's laid out, it should we should be able to get a lot of interesting form, and it's all going to kind of blend together. Just got to follow the process. Pick up a lot more paint here. Get these last details in for the darkest paints. Oh yeah, and then this too. There. We'll come back in and block in the rest of the colors for the hair as well. So we won't miss anything. I'm saying that for myself as well. I just have to go through each step of the process before we can address everything. I get very eager to finish everything and want to start working on stuff, but we have to work the whole painting. This is in. This is kind of the darkest spot here. Get a Q-tip, clean up this nostril edge. Not gonna matter much right now. Gonna go over everything with other values, but let's see, anywhere else we can kind of get a touch of this black or close to black. Oh, let's see. Eddie's asking. I know you don't have 4 eyes in real life. Yeah. So, he's asking, or Eddie's asking, did you draw from memory or a photo, please? Or were you looking in a mirror? So yeah, I actually have a photo. I have a photo reference. So I photoshopped. I took a picture of myself on my phone, and I photoshopped my eyes stacked on each other. Kind of did some painting, digital painting, and yeah, that's what I'm using as my reference. So yeah, I have that up on a separate screen. I used a projector to transfer the sketch, and yeah, that's what I'm using as a reference. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm not used to the chat going by so fast, getting such fast responses. This low latency is nice. I feel like I can actually talk to people now. For a while, it was like I would respond and I'd wait like a full minute before I'd get a response, and then it would take them a while to respond. So it's kind of a pain. But this low latency is really nice. Oh, thank you for, 100 subscribers. That's great. I'm really excited about that. I just started on this channel a month and a half ago. I've had the channel for a long time, but didn't start it as a painting channel until about a month and a half ago, and went from like 20 subscribers to 100 subscribers, and it's been really cool. For a while, I was just posting my content on TikTok, and that was it. And then I started doing a lot more. Well, I decided to focus on YouTube when I wanted to start live streaming my painting process, and here we are. Okay. Let's start moving up values here. Well, first, let me get these shapes. Make sure these make sense. Kind of smooth this out as well. Just do that with my hand. Okay. Let's see. Where are we gonna go next? So there's this, I'm gonna get this edge here, pick up some more of this paint actually, make sure I close up this edge. Also try to preserve any of this if possible. I've kind of used it all up. Scrape it off the brushes as well, just in case we need to come back and use this value. We could color match it, but try to get as much paint as I can. There we go. Just for small details, if we have to fix stuff later on. We shouldn't really need anything that dark from this point on. So clean that up. Keep those brushes here. Keep that brush, it has the darker pigment on it. Actually, pick up the excess on here. There we go. That way we can use this brush later. We're going to use this brush, another brush actually, for this next bit, which is going to be this really dark, rich purple thing. So we'll take some ultramarine and CAD red. More of the CAD red. Want it to be really purple. We'll do a touch of CAD yellow light to desaturate. You know, that was the, well, no, that's kind of taking us where we need to go. We'll do CAD red light as well. And a bit more of the ultramarine. Honestly, that was probably too much, but it's all right. We need to mix a lot of this. Okay, this is going to be a transitional color. Honestly, we can do just a ton of this CAD red. And CAD red light. There we go. All right, so I'm going to, this is going to be a transitional value for the shadow shapes on the shadow side. Honestly, it's a little bit dark right now. I thought it was lighter. So we'll lighten it up. Get a clean paper towel to fix this. We will not panic. Where did you train as an artist? I am self-taught. I'm self-taught. So I did digital art for a few years. I took some art classes in like high school. I did some college for performing arts, but not for drawing. And then I did digital art for a few years, and then I picked up painting more recently. All right, let's lighten this up. So we're going to add just a touch of titanium white, some more red, a touch of ultramarine again. There we go. It's lighter, it's brighter. Let's do a little bit more CAD red light. See how this looks on the canvas against that other value. Honestly, we might have gone a little bit too bright, so let's just get a little bit more ultramarine. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Looks much brighter here than it does on the canvas. And also I want to clarify, by self-taught, I don't mean like I just like taught myself all these skills. I still like inherently like just picked them up off of practicing. There's a lot of experienced artists that I've learned from, but not directly. I wasn't under their direction or anything. I didn't go to a school. I've read a lot of books, watched a lot of videos, stuff like that. So I know for some people it's a misnomer to say self-taught. So yeah, I mean, I don't consider myself like self-made. It's just yeah, I didn't necessarily go to school. So I work, I might have been an artist in a different life, like full time, but my job is completely different. I work night, well, in data science and data engineering. That's what I'm working on my graduate degree for right now, and this is just kind of this is more of a passion for me, I guess I could say. More of these darker values here. For some reason your message got retracted. I don't know why. Let's see. That's very strange. YouTube, for some reason, retracted your message. So you might want to try typing it again. Yeah. I don't know why, but your message got lost there. Oh, I see. Oh, you retracted. I didn't even know that was a feature. That's cool. I wasn't able to see it. I haven't been on YouTube Live that long. I tried all of this on Twitch, but YouTube seemed to make more sense once I started it. Oh, it looks like we got a couple more people. I think let me check my TikTok real quick. Sometimes people hop over from my TikTok announcements. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. All right. All right, let's just fixing up a couple of these darker values, and then we'll move on with the purple part. Let's go back to here. We're going to just work our way up the values. This is going to be our first step, and there's going to be a lot of variety in color, so I'm going to be doing a lot of color mixing. And I gotta keep the pace up because I'm going to try to get this done tonight. It seems crazy, but we're going to try to do this tonight in one sitting. So we have more of this over here and there. And we have some of this for the eyebrow as well. Some cool texture here. Make sure we get enough paint on there. All right, from this point on, I'm not really going to use Gamsol or anything. We're just going to go full paint out of the tube, mixed on the palette. Microphone here. There we go. So you can already see it with the shadow shapes. It's starting to really come in. That's pretty cool. We use bigger brushes as we block in these bigger parts too, but these values here all kind of, they're smaller details along the edges of the darkest value. Just doing some cleanup with Q-tips. So we have all of this too. Probably should have mixed more of this. I usually work on panel, so I over mix generally, and now that I moved to a larger thing, I'm under mixing. Well, I'm just mixing just enough. And this is also Surreal, so I don't have to be perfect with everything, I don't think. Let me strengthen these values here. And that. I already see some of this is drying as I'm painting over it. The gloss is picking up. So the Gamsol makes a difference that way. Like I mentioned, we won't really be using it anymore for the rest of this painting. Missing some values up here, and over here some of these dark ones. Also this area is way too bright, or too dark. This whole thing, so we can just bring that back. We'll fix it up later. Alright, we're gonna move on to, well actually let me, you can tell this nostril's kind of off. Could have fixed this later, but better fix it now. Okay. Next step up, we have kind of a weird, for the main shadow value, it's going to be kind of a desaturated, almost green for the shadow. So let's go ahead and mix that. We'll do that with the palette knife. Stand back up for this. Alright, let's see here. So, this shadow color, like I said, it's going to be almost a little bit green. So we'll start with that. A touch of titanium white, raw umber, a touch of ultramarine, yellow ochre, a little bit more burnt umber, I mean, not raw umber. So the burnt umber and ultramarine have kind of taken over this. So let's add some ultramarine. That's actually kind of what we're going for. Desaturated. Probably a little bit more titanium white and a little bit more yellow ochre. To be even brighter. I'm trying to avoid using very much titanium white because we're still on the shadow side, yeah. And also it could be easy to kind of overmix like that. Make it way too bright. But I think with a little bit of iridium and ultramarine, we can get it where we want it. So it looks kind of funky. Usually I do something a little bit more red or rich for the shadow shape here, but this is what we're using right now. Let's clean this up a bit. Put this down as the darkest value. And we'll pick a brush, do something a little bit larger. We'll stick with synthetic. Pick it up here off the palette knife. Did you make any resolutions this year, please? Mine are to be able to paint realistically, to be able to speak French as well as French high school graduate, and to get back into shooting pool. Wow, those are a lot of really good resolutions. That's awesome. You know, I didn't make any resolutions this year. I have done that in the past, but I've been, you know, I think I've just been so caught up in the present that it's been hard to. I forgot. But if I were to pick some resolutions, let's see. Actually, you know what? Before even New Year's hit, I decided that within a year I wanted to hit 1,000 subscribers here on YouTube. Maybe 1,000 subscribers on other social media too, but on YouTube it would be really cool to get to 1,000. So that way it would unlock, you know, some other features, but it'd be just kind of a cool milestone for this channel, I think. But that's cool. You said we'd be able to speak French. Do you are you native English speaker, or is there a different language that you speak besides French and English? Is the music still playing? It is. Alright, that's good. Oh, used the wrong brush again. Get my brushes mixed up. I gotta put this one down. Okay. Get that black back in there. There we go. Alright. And then, alright, so this value, let's go ahead and start up here. I'm American born and raised, still living in New York City. English is currently my only language. Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know why I asked it that way. I was kind of like multitasking. You're gonna learn French though. You also said as well as a French high school graduate. So you'd be going to a French high school? Is it like traveling abroad? Forgive me for my ignorance. This is something that's well known already. Pick up a lot of paint here. You know what? We could probably let's use liquid. Why not? Let's do that. I gotta use some liquid today. Make our paint go longer. Gotta open this up. Okay, we'll put just a tiny bit back here. Make sure I get the right thing out of there. Not just the alkane. Use a palette knife. Use the palette knife and scoop it out of here. There we go. Alright, we got some liquid. So I don't usually use liquid, but I want to make our mixes go kind of farther. I don't want to mix as much paint, so Since this is a little bit more surreal, I'm not worried about texture. So we'll just get a touch of that liquid and mix it in with all of this. Should help it flow a lot better. There we go. That's what we want. As well as a French citizen who's graduated high school, she would know about 5,000 words. I figure out that's the minimum to be able to hold something of an intelligent conversation in French. Oh, wow. And when you're saying she, are you referring to your future self? Or am I like lost here? Yo, liquid's great. I don't know why I don't use this more. I should really use this more often. Sometimes working full paint's just too stiff. Doesn't flow enough. That liquid does kind of stink. More than Gamsol does. Working, you can see a lot of these edges we're touching and go right up to this red or black or close to black that we laid down. I don't think I should complicate this section down here. Let's just keep it the same for now, and if we need to adjust it during refinement, we will. Okay, let's get more of this. Just make sure we have enough to block in everything. Oh man, we might have to mix more, but hopefully not. Just gonna pick up some from over here. I don't care. Going unconventional. Pick up more of this paint. Oh, okay. Okay, she. Okay, so you have multiple pronouns. That's cool. Her goal is to be fluent. I do love shoot pool. Sorry for assuming she. Thanks. I forget. Okay, sorry. I'm just reading all this out loud. Reading the chat out loud for those of you who are watching later on. Thanks. I figure make it specific. I'll be more likely to make it happen. Yeah, to-do list for the first 2 weeks of January. Yeah, that's usually what it ends up meaning for me too. I mean, most of the time. Not two, but that's how it does end up for me sometimes. Okay, so we are running short on this mix, so let's make a little bit more. Ochre. We did titanium white. We did burnt umber. Might take a little bit. We'll see. I think we actually matched it there almost right away. That looks pretty much the same. All right, so let's test it. I'm gonna get some of this liquid, mix it in a little bit, mix it in. Yes, even with the liquid, it still doesn't change the fact that I want to have the pigment on the canvas. matched that damn near perfect. That's crazy. It usually takes me a little bit longer. Usually second try. We matched that the first try. That's pretty cool. All right. Kind of looking a little bit like old Greg, but this whole side's going to be orange and red. So there'll be some contrast between the two color mixes. Complementary. Well, they won't exactly be complementary, but you catch my drift. Alright, we almost have this whole color blocked in. Let's reinforce some areas if we need to. All right, I think that might be it. I'm going to move on to the next gradient. I'm going to do all the skin before the do all the skin before I do the eyes. Also, if you haven't already, I ask you, if you're watching this later on, if you're watching this live, consider subscribing. That way you can get notified when my streams go live. And also like this, if you like this video, you can hit the thumbs up button, and that helps push the video to other people. I stream pretty often, at least a couple times a week, so just want to throw that out there. All right, we're looking a little crazy right now, and that's good. That's good. It's going to come together. But we're just working on the shadow shape, right, the shadow side right now. And once we get to the lighter side, it's going to start to make a lot more sense, I think. But we're just on the block end, so there's no refinement yet either. Just very blocky shapes at first here. Color, we can kind of use this gradient for some of these hairs up here for this transition. Love this green. This is going to be cool. This is going to be very cool. Oh yeah, we also using the hairs over here too. Alright, cool. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Make sure we work the whole canvas. You don't miss anything that, you know, any places that we could use the color later on. So the focus is more on values. We're getting the color as we mix them too, but you know, if there's anything that matches values around the whole canvas, I'm just kind of going to try to lay it down and make sure I have it while I have it on the brush, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. This whole area is pretty much just this lighter shade. There too. All right, nice. Cool. Let's get this next color. So it's going to be similar to this, just a bit brighter, so we can kind of probably start with that. Some cool conversations happening around pool right now in chat. I'm reading it, but I don't really have anything to add other than that's super cool that you play pool. I like playing pool, but I've never been good at it, so it's a bit embarrassing for me, to be honest. To play it, usually, but for fun, I enjoy it. Alright. Let's get this a lighter value as well. Scoop this up. I actually won't really need this red anymore, so we'll just mix with this. And we'll get more cad red. A touch of Viridian. This will help desaturate. And yellow ochre. Let's mix these. Very red. Do a bit of ultramarine blue, raw umber. Touch of titanium white. Too dark with that titanium white. It's fine. Get more Viridian and touch more ultramarine. Not much, just a little bit more. There we go. Probably a little bit brighter again. So we'll get cad red light. Touch of cad yellow light. See how this looks. Probably do something a little brighter. A little bit more titanium white. Maybe not that much, actually. Mix this. Touch of cad red light again. Pool equals painting on a green canvas. I like that. That's funny. That's good. It is an art. For sure. All right, let's see how this is looking. Probably honestly be even just a touch lighter. Have to be so careful with this titanium white because it'll just, you can just send your mixes to high heaven so quickly. hoping my cat wouldn't ask to come in right now, but he is. Since I'm not using a Gamsol anymore, I think we'll be okay. Let's see. Brighter. It needs to be brighter. More cat red light. There we go. All right, last check here. Yeah, the shadows are coming in pretty good. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's what we need. Let's give this a try. Load this onto a brush. All right. We're gonna use a lot of brushes. Stream. Let's get this guy. We'll use a hog hair brush. Why not? Well, yeah. Pick up a bunch. Actually, let's mix in some liquid. Mix it in with all of it. Lots on the brush right now. Don't need that much. Okay. Start blocking this in. Oh man, it could be lighter. I keep making this mistake. That's fine. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Honestly, just a touch of titanium white. And maybe cad yellow light, but let's see. Okay. Touch of cad yellow light. There we go. There we go. All right. That's fine. That'll do. Well, no, it needs to be a step up. It needs to be even brighter. I'm being a little bit too careless with this. Go. A little bit more cad yellow light. Let's get this all consolidated again. There we go. Bit more titanium white. I'm being a little too cautious, I think. There we go. There it is. A touch of that cad red to bring it back to life. And Viridian to desaturate. There we go. And a touch of burnt umber. Okay. Let's just block this in. Pick up a lot more here. Trying to be academic about my brush strokes or anything too precise in my first stroke or anything. Just getting it blocked in. Man, that could be brighter. All right, let's do a side mix here. Even more cad red light and titanium white. And down here is a little bit of a brighter gradient. That's honestly what we probably need for the rest of this. Okay. Let's get the top of this eyelid here. Not lose our momentum as we go forward. Got a little more pink there. Some pink in here. This is also the step-up value. Here. It goes along the side. The nose. Do you sell your paintings or do you keep them for display in your home? For now, I just keep them in my home. I don't sell anything right now. But I may sell some stuff in the future. Might do that in the future. But right now, I just keep everything in my studio, in my house. This is also this value here. Put some more red. Mix that here. You have a shape here, a value shape here that we want to mix in. Kind of go into that edge as well. We'll blend a lot of this as we go on too. Really are trusting the process on this one because the gradients are kind of crazy. Eddie said, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Please let me know if I'm not saying Eddie correctly. I love the double row of eyes. Very eerie and great idea. Hey, thanks. I've seen some other, I'm sure the concept's been done a lot before. You know, I've seen a lot of other surreal art that has repeating features and eyes and, you know, stuff like that's been done forever. But yeah, I mean, I thought I'd try to take a picture and pulled it up in Clip Studio and just kind of moved it around, and I found something that looked kind of cool, so be happy with it so far. We'll see how it turns out, but I'm pretty happy with it, how it's, I think I'm gonna like this one once we finish. Alright, you know what, we could probably do these bottom eyes too. The right eyes, my right eyes, in the shadow shape first. If we render these out and then actually kind of finish rendering the rest of this out, I think that will help us really push us into the next phase and feel better about, help me feel better about what's happening in the next phase as well. Some strange stuff happening here. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, we'll address that later. Just gotta get stuff blocked in right now. And also there's a really cool green value I want to get here. And smooth that out. Yeah, so let's just kind of refine the edges for this section and kind of just focus on Edie. Edie, short for Edith. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have asked that at the beginning. Thank you, Edie. So let's see here. Let's switch my reference picture over here. We are going to take a brush and switch out my gloves. to clean gloves, and we're going to refine some of these edges. So we're going to blend them, and we're going to start bringing out some of this form from the values we've laid down, just for the shadow side, and then we'll block in the eyes for this side as well, and then for the second half we'll get the second half of the brighter values. There's actually kind of a bright. There's something a couple of colors I'm kind of missing here. So there's a brighter, like green. How are you going to handle the nose length, please, in relation to the 2 rows of eyes? It's just going to be one. It looks kind of silly in the reference photo, but it's just going to be one long nose. And once we get this whole gradient in, it's going to make a little bit more sense. In fact, I should probably fix this real quick. Yeah, it'll make a little bit more sense once it's all blocked in, but in fact, I can bring up the reference photo. Let me do this. Let's bring in the reference photo here. I'm going to here it is. All right. So now you guys can get a frame of reference of what I'm working on, what I'm working with here. This is the reference. This is what I photoshopped. This is what we're going towards. So colors are a bit crazy here in the shadow side, but we're gonna kind of fix everything up right now in this refining stage. Touch more titanium white, not that much. Mix it up. Make it a little bit more green. A little bit more cad yellow here. Take a brush here, just any old brush. Take this color and add it here. Honestly, it could be a bit brighter, so we'll get some more of that cad yellow light. Mix that in. And this green actually goes up into the hair as well. So we'll make sure we add that. I'm not going to follow it perfectly, but I'm going to get pretty close. Some of this lighter green down here in these hairs as well. So now I take, I'm actually just going to use my fingers for a lot of this. We're going to just blend a lot of these edges and kind of make this all work together, become a little bit more homogeneous. Use a brush for these areas here, and we can also lighten up a lot too. So along like these edges, kind of cheat in some lighter values, removing some of the paint. All right, let's start from the top, and then we'll work our way down. So these edges here. That. Lighten up all this too. All right, let's bring out this shadow here. Should be. Blend that out. Make this area. Basically find any offending edges and blend them together, trusting the blocking that we've already put in place. Get a clean paper towel. Also going to use the brush to really lighten up a lot of areas if we need to, just kind of revealing the canvas underneath. Oh, Dione, no, the side conversations are totally fine. It's no problem at all. I'm glad that we're conversing, or people are conversing in chat. It's no problem. We need another dark value actually. For the side of the nose. Just kind of mix something here. Make it a touch brighter. It's way too bright. Man, oh man. It's all right. We'll get burnt umber, ultramarine, yellow ochre, a little bit of that cadmium red again. Mix this up. Here we go. Probably could be a little more neutral. Get this yellow ochre here. Let's see. This is what we need right here. Yeah. Just gonna block that in with my fingers. Why not? We'll lighten it up too on the canvas. Feeling very lackadaisical right now. This area here. Actually, I can pretty much lighten up most of this. I went a little aggressive with the tones and block in. Get some of that green back. Right in that corner there. Also this whole area blends together. And Edie says, I hope you guys were able to avoid catching COVID. I had it for a week about a month ago, coughing and then sweats, then dizzy with no appetite. Oh, triple vax with, with, what is that? Sorry, it's with Moderna. Yeah, it's crazy how even with being boosted and stuff. I fortunately have not had it. From what I know, I've never tested positive for COVID. I've been sick. But I've never tested positive for COVID. I never had anything that is quite that bad. But yeah, it's the same boosted as well. And that sounds awful. That sounds like no fun at all. All right, let's go back to where did that blending brush go? It's fine. I feel like COVID is going to be with us forever. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like that's the reality. You know, it could go away, but Dan said I had it 2 weeks ago, chills for a few days, no taste for about 2 weeks. Oh yeah, man, no fun, no bueno. Yeah, I can't imagine losing my taste. That had to have been a very strange sensation. That's crazy. Alright, let's not lose track of all our brushes here. Let's make sure we get this blocked in. We're gonna focus on this when we get the eyes blocked in as well, but mix more of this dark value, to be honest. TBH. let's get these eyes blocked in, and then we'll take a break after we get these eyes done, and then we'll do the second half of the face. So for the eyes, we need to first move all of this paint somewhere else out of our way. Let's see here. Alright, clean this up just in case we have a little bit of those paints go back on. Ran out of the darkest one completely. That's fine. That's just fine. Let me clean up these edges too before we get the eyes in. All right, let's mix these colors here. I'm gonna switch back over to my other reference. All right, so we have a kind of a lighter blue for, let's see here. So we'll start with ultramarine. Titanium white, mix this up. It's kind of like that actually. You see here. Yeah, seems about right. It's going to be darker on the palette, so let's make it a little bit brighter, or darker on the canvas, I should say. Make it a tad bit brighter. Let's make it a little bit more complex by adding some yellow ochre in here. And just a touch of cad red to desaturate. All right. This going the white of the eye right here. Just fix up this edge here, these edges. All right, let's see. Smaller brush, load up that paint, and since the eyes are identical, we just paint them twice, and since I'm imperfect, it's going to be fine because, well, I've already changed the proportions a little bit, but I'm just copying the same steps on each eye. So anything I block in for one eye, I'm just blocking in for the other one too. All right, so let's go a step down in value. So we'll get the ultramarine here, and we actually get a touch of cad red. Maybe not that much. A touch of cadmium red. Well, maybe a little more. Make it a little purplish. A little more cad red. Here we go. So the next step down in value. So we're gonna make sure we have that for this edge here, this edge here, kind of along, like very thinly at the bottom of the eye, as well as right here. And then kind of wraps around the whole eye. In fact, I want to use this better brush for this. Get some of this paint off of this other brush here, like that. There we go. And then I'm going to go around the outside of the eye here. Oops. I'm going to make sure it's flat. Dione asked how big is the canvas? I think it's 18 by 24. Yeah, I think it's 18 by 24. I didn't measure it. This is one of the ones that Nikki got from. That I was talking about this earlier, so maybe you heard me mention it then. But Nikki got it from some old paintings from someone that gifted them and wanted them to be put to good use again. So I'm reusing these stretcher bars. Edie's asking what state I live in. I live in Massachusetts. Yeah, I live in Cape Cod. Beautiful state. Yeah, I agree. I'm not from here originally. I've just been living here the past few years. But yeah, I love living here. It is a very beautiful state. I absolutely agree. We actually have some of this same blue color. Purplish blue color in the eye as well, so that's kind of cool. The way that I laid this out in Clip Studio, planned out my gradient map beforehand, so we're kind of following that. All right, once we get this whole eye in for all of this, it's gonna make a little bit more sense. But right now, it's looking kind of crazy. So we're gonna do this about the same value, but desaturated. So let's get some CAD red light here and some yellow ochre. There we go. Use this to block in the rest of the eye, or the white of the eye. Or the shadow side at least. Alright, and then we have the brighter color over here. Ooh, actually, we have some of this color in reflection because it's multi-tiered. Let's use that there. Make it a lot brighter, but it's good that we use the same colors kind of across features so that we can maintain homogeny. This. I'm going to just make this brighter value and we're going to block in this highlight. It's not even going to be close to white because it's on the shadow side, but it is a highlight, so it's going to be pretty bright. Yeah, we could probably make it even more white, to be honest. We're going to kind of mix it in with what we just blocked in as well. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's mix a darker color here. So we're going to get the outlines of the colored area of the eyes. so we're getting there. There's another color we need to mix for this spot as well. Do that too. Let's get this next color, which actually, no, it's not the same. Not the same. Let's lighten up these colors here. There we go. And then we have kind of a greenish color here. Use more Iridian. All right. This is going to kind of fill in the rest. Most of it, at least. Be a little bit lighter, so we'll add some titanium white. More Viridian. Make sure we keep this nice and green. A touch of cad yellow light, just to make sure. I need something a little bit lighter and desaturated, so add some titanium white. Some yellow ochre. Actually, should get more of this black around the eye, on the pupil here, both of them. Edie says, I love your landscape you did last week with the unhitched trailer by a tree. It has a very dreamy-like quality to it. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I actually took the photo reference for that landscape. It's like a little farm next to what's the word? Preserved land. Like 10 minutes from my house. So yeah, it's a cool one to make, because it was That was a trip I made over there with my wife and my daughter, and I was able to capture that cool picture, and I was hoping I could paint that, and we ended up doing it, and I was pretty happy with it. Alright, let's finish getting all of this blocked in. Let's just do this stuff. Let's get this color here, blocking the top of these eyes. And then for these colors here, this is actually all kind of messed up. Let's try to fix that. Let's get some ultramarine blue, some burnt umber, some really dark value here. And we're going to push it. Okay, it's most of the eye blocked in there. Let me let's do some refinement, and then we'll take a break because it's almost 10 o'clock here. We'll do a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back after. But let me do some refinement here. Pull out some of this form. Use some red. I'm just gonna be super loose with color mixing right now just to get some of these values in. Use some red right there, some lighter red. And then this can go away. And we can blend that back together. That makes a little bit more sense. This needs to make a little bit more sense, so let's find this form. Like the background music. Yeah, I like it too. It's really good. It's copyright free, so I use it every stream. Keeps me in the clear with YouTube. Let's try not to overwork these areas too, but we want to make sure that we are trying to recognize the form. let's kind of merge these shapes together. Just use my fingers for this. Hi, Jack. Oh, I didn't. I thought that was Edie that left that comment. Welcome, Jack, to the stream. All right, I'd say that's pretty good for this part. We'll do more refinement as we go on, but I think this is a good spot for us to go ahead and take a break. So since this is the first break, do like 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll do 20 minutes. 20-minute break. So relax, go use the restroom. I'll put a timer up so you know when we're coming back. But yeah, we'll do a 20-minute break and we'll finish the rest of the painting after that. So we'll see you then. Okay. We are back. We are back. Hope everybody had a nice break. I have to open another package of gloves here in a moment. Brand new pack. I'll put these ones on for now. And we're going to finish the rest of this painting in the next hour and a half, 2 hours. Just want to fix this real quick. Cool. Also, kind of streak them in over here too. All right, so let's clean up this palette a little bit. Move these colors over here. These are the colors for the eyes. Not very much to preserve, but it's worth preserving. At least until the end of the painting. Just in case we want to do any touch-ups or need these color mixes later on. Okay. We're safe to remove this now. Next color. Use the brush. We use this. Oh, what other brush can we use here? This was our dry brush we were using earlier. Maybe we use a bigger brush. Nah, that's fine. Well, no, we'll use. This is fine. All right, so next color is a reddish color. So we're going to start with Cad Red. And a little bit of Cad Red Light, Yellow Ochre, a touch of Burnt Umber, if you will, and a touch of Ultramarine, and a little bit of Cad Yellow Light. The Ultramarine desaturates the Cad Yellow Light, will help bring up the value a little bit, make sure we don't lose our chroma even when we desaturate, even though it's kind of an oxymoron. Okay, so this value should be a little bit brighter than that, and it's not. It is darker, and it's just following the trend so far. If I had a palette that was like this and it was at the same angle and lighting, it'd be a lot easier to match these values. But I prefer mixing on a horizontal surface, so it's kind of something we have to deal with for now until I'm willing to compromise. Let's see how that is. See, still too dark. So we're gonna overcompensate. Maybe not that much. There we go. Okay, let's see how this is. See, still pretty dang dark. That is so crazy. Generally, I'll pre-mix my gradients on the palette, and then I'll block them in, and then that way I don't have to worry about differences. But since we're kind of going on the fly, this is something I constantly have to deal with. It's color checking. Okay, give me a little bit more red. And just a touch of cad yellow light and more cad red light. There we go. Let's try that. Titanium white. There we go. Okay. That's about what we want. Finally. Alright, so this color goes all the way down to the edge of this nose. Comes up here, goes down there. Comes all the way up here, runs along this edge. Kind of push this edge in a little too far. So let's bring that back. Just using my finger, picking up. I just mixed a little bit of ultramarine and burnt umber that were sitting next to each other right here to get some black. Okay. Pick up more of this. Does this occur anywhere else? Got a little bit more red there. And a touch more red here. I think that's about it for that red. And we can step up the value here. We'll just fix this edge while we're here. There we go. Alright, so let's pile this up. And we'll mix in something a little brighter. That. A little bit of yellow ochre. Cad yellow light. A little more titanium white. All right. So, let's take this and actually some liquid, mix it in with all of this. Oh yeah. I'm gonna block in the large area here. Not large area, but kind of a ring that goes around. There's a different color that we want for right here, but for here, let's make sure we have enough. Let's do the nose next here. Actually, pull that back a little bit. the next shape. Let's preserve that. Okay. And kind of goes around the edge here, peeks in a little bit right here, that shape. Also have to paint in all of this beard hair and hair on this side. But we haven't mixed the colors for that yet. Similar shape there. And some of these, oh yeah, I forgot. Lips. Make sure we get some of this color down there for the lips. Even get something a little bit darker than we had before. Maybe not that red. Let's do something a little bit less saturated there. There we go. Make sure it's still dark though. Alright. Make sure we have those lips blocked in. And go back to this lighter value. Go right on top of that. There we go. Alright, we'll get back to that in a moment. For now, let's mix the next step up in the value, which is kind of our main mid-tone for the highlight area, the highlighted area of the face, the lit area of the face. Well, actually, let me see. There's one step before that. Let me just look at my reference here, trying to decide what to do next. More of this lighter color. Go back for that. All right. Need to mix a lighter pink. It's pretty much just cad red light and titanium white with a touch of yellow ochre and cad yellow, or yellow ochre. Cad yellow light and yellow ochre. A little bit of cad and just a touch of burnt umber and ultramarine. And a little bit more of this liquid. Get it mixed in nice and flowy. All right. So this next gradient step here. Honestly, this could be just a touch more blue. Not much. Just a little bit more. Kind of merges with this color as well. Make sure we have homogeny there. Okay. And then we'll get this, there's this kind of weird tone that we need to fill in there. We'll get that eventually. For now, more of that right there. And there's a darker color here. Over this way. Just kind of want to build up the form while we're blocking in. edge of the lower eyelid. So we'll use this. Let me pick up some more of this. Go around the edge here. Both of them, since they're the same eye. Just copied and pasted in Photoshop. Clip Studio. Okay, close the door. Also, let me quickly get a mix to put in here, this area. I'm just going to do that with my fingers. So we're going to grab some red and yellow ochre, cad yellow light, mix that together, touch of ultramarine, viridian, a lot more ultramarine, cad yellow light, a lot more yellow ochre. There we go. And then our titanium white to bring up the value. Okay, so you just see what this looks like right here. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I'm gonna use this to fill in this area. Do a little bit more yellow, cad yellow light. There we go. I'll block in this area here just with my finger. So I just need it to be filled in. And we're gonna lighten it up with the paper towel. It looks funky right now, but there we go. Now we just kind of homogenize all of this. Blend, blend, blend. We can work into our next steps. Alright, we're pushing towards yellow too, which is really going to shift all of this. The background's also going to be green, which will make everything seem a little bit less green. So the next step up is a very fleshy looking color. So let's pick up these piles here. I don't need this here. I think we're only going to use that tone once. Maybe we'll use it to mix the background, I don't know. Pick this up as well. Place that there. Okay. Clean up the palette one more time. Let's mix this flesh tone. So we'll start with yellow ochre, titanium white, cad yellow light, touch of cad red light, a little bit more cad red light. I'm gonna have to mix a lot of this, so I'm actually gonna put the brush aside, use the palette knife like we should. Got a lot of yellow ochre. I'm gonna start this mix over a little bit more. Cad yellow light, titanium white, cad red light, a lot more titanium white. It's kind of the color we're looking for, just a lighter, much lighter orange. Got a lot more of this titanium white in here. So we have to mix bright context of this painting and lighting. Okay, this is going to be pretty much the only normal color in the whole mix, the whole canvas. So let's block it in. This brush back, clean it off. Get some liquid here, mix it in. Should have done that with the palette knife, to be honest. I don't know what I was thinking. A little bit more liquid here. Nice and flowy. All right. Let's block in this main mid-tone. Starting down here. Actually, this could move up a bit. There we go. Pretty close to the, it's just a little bit brighter than the background color. So let me look at it. We could make it a little bit darker. In fact, probably should. After all that. All right, let's make it a little bit darker before we go any further. Scrape it off. We'll just paint over this after we remix this. Burnt umber. Touch of ultramarine. That's it. That should make it, get it to the value that we need it to be at. Maybe a little more. And a little bit of cad red. A little more ultramarine. A little too desaturated now, so we'll add yellow ochre. Cad yellow light. Getting a little crazy here. Getting a little crazy here. Cad red light. A little more cad yellow light. Spice up the mix. Clean this up. Okay. That's about where we need to be. Let's try this one more time. All right, so our brush is right here. Ooh. Being tested right now. I don't know by who, but it's really getting this tone. I'm skipping some steps. I should leave a mix off to the side so I can do A/B testing. I'm not doing that. I'm being lazy right now, and it's costing me time. All right. We do have this to compare to. A little bit brighter. Leave a little bit there. Leave a little bit there on the palette as well. So a lot more cad yellow light. And some CAD red light. And some titanium white. There we go. You can see these two side by side. Let's finish mixing it first. This one's a little bit brighter and saturated. All right. That's it. We're just going to use this one. We're going to commit to it. Alrighty, here we go. Pick it up again and go around the canvas. These strokes here are barely visible. It matches the toned background so much. Major block in here, just major shapes. Not the biggest fan of this color, but it'll work. You have a touch of this color down here too. You can add just at the top of these gradients. Add some homogeny. One of these darker brushes here. Use some of the color we already mixed to get these darker values here. Of the eyes, and probably down by the nose too. Right there. Actually, that doesn't need to be dark at all. So we'll fix that. come back with that color for the beard later on. I'm gonna render out these features real quick. Go a little bit brighter red. It looks pretty funny right now. Let me fix the let me fix this. Yeah, without the brightest values here, it's looking pretty funky on this side. And same with this. This doesn't need to be like that at all. And this, it's all just, it's looking pretty blocky. There we go. We'll fix everything as we go along. So we have this main value here. Let's see if it needs to be anywhere else. I think it's pretty much blocked in. Go next step up in value, which is going to be a lot brighter. We're going to take this paint, add a ton of titanium white and CAD red light, mix it up here, CAD yellow light as well. Titanium white. We want it to be more pinkish, so we'll add this CAD red light in there, a little bit more titanium white. Titanium white. Okay, that's our next step up. Let's go for it. Let's go for it here. So just around the edges here, and just a little bit of it there, and some here. Definitely block in more of that other shape, so let me grab some of this paint. There's this whole section here. And up here. going back to this. I pushed in the bristles on this somehow. This bright value. Yeah, this color is olive, and it really should be way more towards orange. But, you know, this is a Surreal painting, so whatever. I don't care if I'm not matching the reference perfectly. Sorry for coughing right into the camera there. I can barely control it. My goodness. Alright, let's get this brightest value mixed. So we're going to start with cad yellow light, lots of titanium white. That's pretty much going to be our brightest color. Just a little bit of some other colors mixed in there, as expected. We'll even get some of this mixed in there for homogeny. Just kind of move towards what we already have laid down. But it's going to be very bright yellow here. Oh yeah, we're going for it. We're going full abstract, surreal, the whole shebang. Okay. Now let's take some of this and some of that, and we'll get our in between here. Get a little bit more red mixed in there. we have some greenish hues. Some green going on. So we'll just use the Viridian mixed with this to touch more titanium white. And a little bit more Cadillac white. And we're going to add in the green over here. Oh, sorry, Dione. I missed your chat 10 minutes ago. Sorry about that. What was the inspiration for tonight's painting? I just wanted to do something a little bit different. I wanted to do a portrait, but I wanted to do something a little bit more interesting, and so I just took 2 minutes and took some goofy pictures of my face close up with my camera, and I thought, what if I photoshopped it to do something funny, and I did, and here we are. And I thought it'd be kind of fun for the 100 subscriber special. All right, let's get some of that green over here too. A little bit darker. Brush here, kind of get some of these green tones laid in. Congrats! Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's cool. I'm happy we hit 100 subscribers. It's fun. This is it's going better than I expected, to be honest. It's been really fun to be able to live stream painting process. I was already making art beforehand, and to be able to stream it and share the time with you guys is awesome. So thank you. Just really roughly blocking in all of this. Refine most of it later on, but yeah. Yeah, it didn't take too long at all. That is very true. Let's get some blending going on here. Honestly, I might even fully go over this color again. Something I like better. In fact, let's just go bold here. Let's take this. Well, no, that's fine. Let's blend it. Let's see how it works. It's a little bit. It's all crazy and all over the place right now. Yeah, if we do some edge control, it might just look better. We'll see. So let me get a synthetic brush here, and we'll do some blending. Now that we start blending this all together, it starts making a little bit more sense contextually. All right, we're getting close to rendering out the eyes. Before we do that, I'm going to do a little bit more blending, and I'm going to add in the hair over here and kind of this area here a bit. Edge control, edge control, edge control. You'll hear it sometimes, it's not conventional. You should try to avoid, you'll be more successful if you don't like do this type of blending on canvas, but the secret is they just call it edge control. So like a lot of oil painters that I see and they say, well, don't blend on canvas. They mean don't mix the colors on canvas, but it's just so convenient to be able to just blend stuff together, and it works. It works a lot of the time. I'm gonna stand by that. I think about it almost every time that I do it. There's that voice inside my head of those art school people that are, you know, saying don't blend on the canvas, don't do it. You know what, whatever, it works great for me. Let's get these hairs real quick on the side of the head. Let me get something smaller. Burnt umber. Just mix something over here. Burnt umber and yellow ochre. A little bit of cad red. Just a touch of titanium white. That's our base color. And a little bit of liquid too, as well. Go through and block in these hairs here. Be a little bit lighter. So we'll get more titanium white. Bit of cad yellow light. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Just go over what we just laid down. Just gonna roughly block in some stuff. get a base color laid down there. This whole area. We can add some highlights, pairs. We can apply some details. Just gonna have to get a general coat for the whole area. So mix that with my finger. Lighter value here. Just borrow some of this. Some straight yellow ochre. Kind of fast and loose with that. And then we'll go back to this darker value here. Bring in some of the mustache. All right, so I'm going to take down the reference at this point. I'm going to show up where it's at so you know what we're working with. Switch out my gloves as well. And then we'll block in the eyes into the background, and then we'll be done. Actually, before that, let me finish getting all this business in here. Edie said, wow, it's coming together great. Thank you. Okay, it's looking a little too strong right there. Excuse me, my goodness. I can never remember. I can't hit the mute button fast enough. Okay. It's gotta be super loud from your side, so I apologize. All right. Opening up these new gloves. I'm gonna block in these eyes. Oh man, I totally forgot to record the time lapse for this one. That's all right. Let's see here. Let's get the eyes blocked in. Also, just fix some of this real quick. we have a really light pink color. There's a much more bright and saturated version of that. Okay, let's see here. Let's go back to that darker color. Make sure we get all the edges blocked in. Okay, there's a less saturated version. Well, there's a brighter yellow or green color. Kind of right underneath here. Alright, so now we need that lighter color again. Here. Okay. Let's go towards the center of the eyes. So we can just use these gradients again. Kind of want to push them towards a reddish hue, so let's mix in that stepping up in values here for this, for the rest of the eyes. These two eyes. So confusing having four here. Let's add that highlight as well. Also, I need to touch up these edges here. Something darker. This color. Some more of that right there. Cool. And then get this darker value. Push that shadow a little bit. Cheat it in. Get the small synthetic brush. Clean it up. We're gonna go straight titanium white here. Get these highlights in for the upper eyes, the left eyes, I should say. When it really pops. Gotta get the rest of the color in for the eye too, of course. Obviously, a little misstep there. Let's fix that. Lock that back in. Mix a little bit of that darkest value again. Lucky us. Let's mix that up. Just burnt umber and ultramarine makes the black. A little more burnt umber there. There we are. Pupil is back. No problem, no fear. Everything is okay. Let's get the rest of these colors blocked in. Go up lighter in value here. Even lighter, I think. Nice. That's what we like to see. Let's go back to this darker value here. Spruce up all of this. Abstract it. And of course we have some eyelashes we're gonna want to add. Actually, we might not even add them. So it kind of looks cool. But before that, let's fix this area. It's a little too present. Let's get the background in and final touches. Let's see. Edie says, I gotta go, guys. It's 11:40 here in New York. When to hit SAC. Happy New Year's again. Anyway, so you're here again. Bye. Thank you so much for stopping by today, and you were here for most of the stream. Awesome seeing you here. Thank you for chatting. It was great talking with you, and yeah, hope you have a happy New Year as well. We'll see you soon. Okay, let's see here. Background, I have to mix that. It's getting late for me too, so I gotta stay focused here, get the background mixed in. So let's clear up our palette here one more time. One last time. Thank you for subscribing. Have a good night. That was specifically meant towards Edie, who said goodbye in the chat. Okay. Almost there, just gotta get the background in. I'm not even gonna bother with the eyelashes. It looks kind of cool. One thing before I forget. background colors, it's just kind of a blue to green gradient. So we'll start with the top right first. It's pretty much just Viridian. And do some ultramarine, titanium white, a little bit of cad yellow light. Mix this together. Way more ultramarine and titanium white. There we go. Let's get that. Let's get something a little bit more blue with the rest of this Viridian. And a touch of yellow ochre and cad yellow light. Something a little bit darker. And we'll also get something a little bit more blue for this side here. Not like it's necessary, but kind of like how that looks. Okay, there's that gradient. Just get the more blue one. Honestly, we could just kind of mix it with what we have there. All right, so I'm gonna grab a big brush here, or a big synthetic brush. Get lots of this liquid. Mix it up with this paint here. Makes it nice and flowy. Just gonna block all this in. Gonna kind of carve out the edges with this color here, and then blocking the rest. Just like in a coloring book. Inside the lines. I was blocking the screen there. My bad. Okay. Now we're gonna go more bluish. Let's get titanium white, ultramarine, not that much, just that much. Touch of cat yellow light, or more blue it looks like. Let's mix this with the palette knife, just to make it easier on ourselves. Just get a little bit more of that blue, a little bit more titanium white. And I said, that's amazing how it all came together. Thank you. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty cool. So we trust the process. We're from darks to lights. We remember values. The colors are different than what I was expecting, and but it works because it's surreal, and the values work, and we're still focusing on all the other stuff. So even though the colors are a bit wacky, it's all right. Let's do a touch of yellow. There we go. It's greenish. Okay. Take some liquid, a bit more liquid, mix it all together. Block this in. Actually, gotta get the blacks, the darkest colors down there. Blue on top. Some edge control down here. debating on the eyelashes. Just a couple little things that I have to touch up though, even if I don't do the eyelashes. That is, gotta add a little bit more right here. Not that dark, my goodness. That. And same with there. And we have a little bit of a darker area right here. Ooh. Let's correct this. Another brush here. A little bit of that. A little bit of that action going on. Okay, let's get this color here. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's back up and take a look at this one last time. Very strange. Very weird. My goodness. Let's just correct some of this. Edge control, edge control. That's good. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. It's midnight. I think that is a sign that we should call it. So let me add a signature here. And we'll do it on this side. there it is. All right, thank you all for watching. If you're watching now or if you're watching in the future, if you made it this far, you probably enjoy the content. So I encourage you to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Like the video too. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. That helps other people see the video, which helps me to create more content and to, you know, get more subscribers and push it out to more people. So this is really cool. I like how this turned out. Lots of crazy colors, weird concepts. Turned out pretty cool. So I hope you all have a great night. Thanks again for joining, and we will catch you next time.